Okay, so everything should be set up, and now I should be live. Alright, so we're going to be building our first deck today. I picked the Beamtown Bullies from the Streets of New Capenna Commander deck series to be the first one because it's a card that I had a few ideas when I first saw them and had some idea. Ooh, I am peeking into the red. Let's try and move the microphone back just a little bit. Let's see. Microphone, stop swinging back at me. Is this better? A little bit. Yeah, I'm getting up into the yellow, but not quite hitting the red as often. Okay. Alright, so I chose the Beamtown Bullies because they're a card that, when I first saw them, there were a handful of cards that immediately jumped into my mind that I don't normally see in Commander. Creatures with horrendous comes into play abilities that you just would love if your opponent was playing them, unless they were part of some weird combo deck, because their drawbacks are just so huge. It also forces the opponent to attack with the creature that you give them because it comes into play with haste and gets goaded. So this gives us the option of creatures with catastrophic attack triggers. Non-legendaries, of course. Like, when I first saw the card and like a few hours afterwards when I had forgotten exactly what the game text was on it, I was thinking of all the fun we could have with things like, obviously, Phage, but also original Rakdos, since he makes you sacrifice half your non-demon permanents when he attacks, and then if he connects, the defending player has to sacrifice half their non-demon permanents. So that would have been hilarious, but Beamtown Bullies already thought of that, and they won't let you put legendaries into play. So we're going to have to settle for things like Leveler. I believe Eater of Days is an artifact creature, like colorless from original Mirrodin block. So things like that. So those are the ones that I'm most interested in putting into this deck. We're going to look for a few other things. Like I said, bad attack triggers for the controller. Ebon Blade Reaper, one of the original morph creatures from Onslaught block. When it attacks, you lose half your life, and if it connects, the defending player loses half their life. So putting that under an opponent's control, making them lose half their life, and making them attack one of your other opponents to try and get them to lose the life also. So yeah, that's going to be our first build round. I'm going to pull all of the cards on one list, but I'm actually planning on building two different versions of the deck when we're done. The first version is going to be all in on the more mean-spirited aspects of Beamtown Bullies. Like I said, things like Leveler, Eater of Days, that just, you put them into play and it wrecks one opponent. This might not be the best strategy for your playgroup, though, because it allows you to pick on one player super hard. So we're going to build two versions of the deck. One's going to be all in on doing that sort of thing. The other one is going to have a couple of those cards just as pressure release valves for when you need to win the game, or when one player is about to combo out and kill the rest of the table and you need to take that player out of contention. But we're going to be focused more on the fact that you can give creatures to your opponents with the second build, and then they have to attack your other opponents with them, and we're going to build a slightly more political version of the deck. I was kind of disappointed. One of the things, as I said, when I read them the first time and then completely forgot, I genuinely thought that they sacrificed the creature at end of turn, but obviously to stop you from recurring the more unfun cards, they decide you only get one shot with each creature because they get exiled. So we're going to need different things to take advantage of that. And since it's an exile trigger, not a sacrifice trigger, one of the things that I'm very sad about is we lose access to combos with Homeward Path, like stealing the creature, and then we would have to sacrifice at the end of our turn since the controller can't sacrifice it because they don't control it and it's not our end step, but it's an exile effect, so we're going to have to find some other fun ways to abuse this card. Before we get started, I had started talking in my test stream about what got me into collecting specifically foreign language cards, and I realized that I got distracted by the phone call when I ended stream, and I never actually got to the point of all of that rambling. So the other half of that was when I got back into Magic. Like, I started getting back in during Kamigawa, like original Kamigawa. Just, very casually, just playing with friends. Started buying stuff again, like genuinely buying stuff during Ravnica block. Ooh, I peaked super hard. Okay, microphone. Let's try pushing you back again. You keep swinging towards me. And that red line, so we're going to just keep you over here. And you're going to keep swinging back to me. And I have no idea how to stop you from doing that. Because we just want to swing. Oh. Well, we got a group of followers, so that's neat. Well, hello. Alright, so as I was trying to say, so the story that I cut myself off from last time, so when I got back into Magic, Ravnica, when I started actually playing more, Ravnica was the newest set, the original Ravnica, and that's when the first major Japanese pro players became a thing. So that was the time where it actually became more prestigious to have Japanese language cards, so that's when I started collecting those. And I have so many followers, I can't wait for this to be some weird thing with Twitch. Well. So that's when I started collecting Japanese foil cards specifically. And I still do that, mostly the Planeswalkers. I like collecting foreign language foils of the Planeswalker cards. And yeah, so that concludes the story that I interrupted myself on at the end of my last stream. Alright, so let's start building Beamtown Bullies now. So we're going to pull up Gatherer, since that's the easiest thing. And we're going to go back, and we're going to use the advanced search. Alright, giant cookie thing, go away. Alright. So, we want to go colors, and we want to go not, and we want to add white, and we want to add blue. And this will let us filter out every single card that has white or blue, so we're only going to be seeing the cards from Jund colors now, so that way we can pick the cards we want for a Beamtown Bullies deck. And for the expansion, we're just going to go A, we're going to start with Forgotten Realms, and we're just going to go down the list. Loading. Alright, Asarak. I don't think we want to do anything like that. Double Strike. Beamtown Bullies lets us put the card in any time on the opponent's turn, so theoretically we could deprive them of a draw step if they don't have black mana, and we could make them pay life. That seems awfully weak. Alright. Sacrifices an enchantment and gains menace. The opponent would be choosing for the Beamtown Bullies, so if we're going to have any kind of fun enchantments, we probably don't want to put that in, um, even in the more political version of the deck, because that's not going to get us anywhere. Legendary creature spells cost red green less to cast, reduces Beamtown Bullies CMC. Yeah. Battlecry Goblin, no. -3, no. Got some boots. Rerolling dice. Full strength. Burning hands. We do get the lands and cards with color identity in white and blue when we search this way, but we'll just bounce over them. Top card of your library, play it this turn. And that's when it attacks. Alright. Let's go for the more political version of the deck, where we actually want to give the opponents nice things to make them feel better about themselves. Right, it's under editing. We go find. We go Forgotten Realms. There we go. We go here. And so this is Chaos Channeler. Yeah. Alright, so Chaos Channeler. I'm holding back my microphone with one arm right now because it keeps wanting to swing at me and raise that volume bar all the way to red. Let's see if we can move ourselves over. So Chaos Channeler's 2 in red and is a 4/3. And it's an Ogre Wizard, I believe. Oh, is he? I always want him to be, first of all, he's not a wizard, he's a shaman. I always want him to be some sort of ogre or giant whenever I see him. But he is a human shaman. And when it attacks, roll d20, and it exiles 1, 2, or 3 cards, and can cast until end of turn. Alright, so now we have a little bit of notes there for Chaos Channeler so that we remember what he does and why we thought he might have been a good idea at the time. And we're going to pop back over here. We're not going to have a lot of creatures in play. Dungeon stuff. If a creature dies this turn. Unfortunately, we're exiling everything with Beamtown Bullies from their effects, so creatures dying aren't really a thing. Let's see. Great, tapped an attacking token. That one might be a little more problematic than the Chaos Channeler, since they would get to choose what the token is attacking. So I believe the token would be able to attack us even if the original creatures are goated. Do we want a manland? Probably not. This deck doesn't seem like it cares that much about that sort of thing. There've got to be better options. Not really exploring the dungeon. Yeah, I don't want to sacrifice my permanents necessarily. He would get exiled, and the other things are getting exiled, so we can't recast him. Yeah, better card advantage options. That gives the person who's exiling it the option, and it has to actually die too, so that's not going to work. Make treasures. They would get the thing back. It does get a blocker out of the way temporarily, but they'll be getting it back. Like, they get to put Gelatinous Cube into play. They would exile one of the other creatures on the table, and then they would be able to pay the mana to put it in the graveyard if they have that much. Actually, that might be an interesting political thing if we can give black mana to our opponents that we're also generously giving all these creatures to. Alright, we'll add Gelatinous Cube. Most likely way we're going to do that is with something like Spectral Searchlight. Or, actually, probably Yawgmoth's Tomb also. Planar Chaos thing. Alright, so Gelatinous Cube. This cube. And that is 2 black. For a 4/3 ooze. And ETBs exile a creature until it leaves. X black, put exiled creature to graveyard. Is CMC X or less? Or CMC X. Alright. So, yeah, that's probably going to go in the more make friends with the table version of the deck, since we could potentially, like, since we're putting it into play, they're not spending mana to cast the ooze, so if we can give them black mana from our cards in play, then they can they can pay the mana to put the creature into the graveyard, and we can, you know, like, team up to take out a problematic creature. And don't really care about treasures. Imbarna can't be counterflying, haste, fire breathing. Yeah, it seems like in this deck he'd just be a big dumb dragon. Like, there's no adding tons of red mana or anything. Ogre Jelly. That has to die, right? Yep. So again, also X would be 0 because it's one of those. There's being nice to the opponents, and then there's Old Gnawbones, and that seems a bit excessive. Orcus also X is 0, so you know what? We could probably put Prosperous Innkeeper. Again, this is going to be more for the make friends version of the deck. It also ramps us a tiny bit. So, yeah. Is it 1 in green? 1/1, Halfling, Townsfolk. And ETBs makes a treasure. And other creatures ETB. My other creatures specifically. Can't type. I gain 1 life. Ew. Okay, and back to it. Probably don't care about Ranger class. Can't really equip other people's things. That would deal 4 damage to us if we gave it out. Huh. That's interesting. So the Beamtown Bullies exile at end of turn. And one of the things I wanted to do with them was steal the creatures back. So what if we have the like aristocrats build cards where we can sacrifice creatures for value and we homeward path them back to us? That could be a thing. Hey, well, it's Skullport Merchant for both versions of the deck, I think. These 2 black, 1 4. Dwarf, townsfolk, citizen, I think, yeah. Because it makes that fun sound effect that you only really notice when you're playing Streets of New Capenna Limited in Arena. So dwarf, citizen, ETBs, make a treasure, and you got 1 black, sack, creature, or treasure. You draw 1. Okay. And we can't spell Skullport. There we go. All better. Alright, spare dagger, sphere's not helping. Spoils, swarming goblins. Deck of main things, Terrask. So we're forcing them to attack with the Terrask, and when it attacks, it has to fight a creature the defending player controls. So that's also forced. So even if they don't want to, they have to attack one of our opponents, and if that opponent has a creature, the Terrask has to fight it too. Alright, I'm down. That sounds like the type of thing. Alright, so he's 6, green. This he's not asterisk. For a 10 dinosaur. He's got haste. Ward 10 if cast. And when he attacks, under controls. Okay. Yeah, that seems like the type of effect that we want in either version of the deck, since the Beamtown Bullies are going to force the attack, and then the Terrask is going to force the fight on the defending player. That seems like exactly the type of effect we want with this deck. Dealt damage, so not really. Alright, and that is all of the cards from Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, and we've added, 5 cards to the list? Alright, so we take off that, then we go to Expansion, we hit A again. The second Adventures in the Forgotten Realms is going to be the Commander decks, so we want to look for the unique cards out of those. Or cards that are unique to the Commander decks and Brawl decks in general, since I list them all as one giant thing. Sacrifice another non-token artifact or creature, exile it. Yeah, first we gotta grab our own stuff back, and that seems like more hoops than I feel like jumping through for this deck. Belt of Giant Strength makes the creature 10/10. Cast a spell before combat. D20. Ignore the lower roll. Choose the number of creatures. They block this turn if able. You choose which creatures block this turn and how those creatures block. There's no. Chaos Dragon attacks each combat fable at the beginning of combat. On your turn, each player rolls a d20. Yeah, that one's not great because if the creature can't attack, it just limits who the dragon can attack. Like, if it can't attack me because it's goaded when I gave it to them, and it can't attack the player with the highest roll, then it just can't attack if... Oh no, it would have to attack us if that was the only other opponent. Like, if it's a 3-player game, now it has to attack, and it can attack us because it can't attack anybody else, type of thing. So, let's not bother with that. We'll have better options in black and green for dealing with other problematic permanents. Tokens equal the number of opponents you have. Ouch. Also no. Each player sacrifices a non-token creature. Roll d20 and add the toughness of the creatures you sacrifice this way. Return a creature card, put in the graveyard from the battlefield under your control. Like, we're giving our opponents creatures, so if the opponent had no creature... Oh, it's still a sorcery, so they wouldn't have those creatures anyway. Never mind, that's even worse. I was going to suggest doing shenanigans. That requires the creature to die, which the things might not, because they get exiled. Every attacking creature you control or a blocking creature an opponent controls dies. Create a 2/2 black zombie token. Yeah, we don't really control... We can't force opponents to block as often as we can force them to attack. There's nothing stopping that from targeting us if we gave it away. We're not so much a goad deck as we are a give them our things type of deck. Source you control deals 5 or more damage. Beamtown Bullies is a 4/4, so that's not something we can consistently trigger off of, like, our commander, so that would be... We'd have to have other 5-power creatures besides this guy. I mean, he can trigger it himself, obviously, but... Dream Pillager deals combat damage to a player. Exile that many cards from the top of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among those exiled cards. Enters the battlefield. Starting with you, each player may choose an artifact or enchantment you don't control. Destroy each permanent chosen this way. Again, if we give that to opponents, they would be the ones that can't have their artifacts or enchantments blown up, so one or more of ours could get chosen very easily. And no, that's the one that casts spells off the top of each player's deck. Yada yada blah blah blah. Gratuitous. Oh, that's the double damage, right? For combat damage. Roll 2d10, choose one result to return creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield with a number of... Return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, and then it gets +1/+1 counters equal to the 1 result. Then each opponent loses X life and you gain X life. Yeah, that doesn't really do anything with any of our cool stuff. Alright, when we get to Urza's Saga, where Greater Good was originally printed, that has some merit if we're going to grab our stuff back and sacrifice it before the end of the turn. Alright, meanwhile, deal combat damage to a player, create 2 treasure tokens, sacrifice X treasures, target creature gets -X until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. No. It still leaves the choice up to the opponent, though. Like, we could theoretically put it on some giant doomsday thing that we force the other player to attack with, but if they're mad at us for giving them that giant creature and getting them killed by it in the process, then they probably aren't going to take the option to murder our other opponent and just give us the win. Unless they've grown tired of the game and kind of want to quit. Because whenever you attack a player, tap target creature, goad it. Whenever an opponent attacks another one of... Whenever an opponent attacks one or more of your opponents, you and the attacking player each draw a card and lose a life. Huh. This is one of the ones that I'm going to add now, and we probably won't actually wind up having him in the deck, but... Alright, so we want to go find the commander. There we go, commander and brawl decks. And... what is your name again? Karaz Ikar. Lovely beholder name. And your title is... oh, just the Eye Tyrant. That's kind of like if I am Saber and my title is the Human, since Eye Tyrant is basically another word for, or another title for just beholder. Alright, so Eye Tyrant, he is 3 black red. Yeah. So 3 black red. And he's a 5/5. And alright, when he attacks, tap target creature and goad it. I didn't misread that, right? It doesn't have to be the defending player controls? That player controls. Okay, I did misread him. Yes, Defender. There we go, fix that. An opponent attacks another opponent. You end first OP. Each draw 1 and lose 1. Real cards from your library. Yeah, we're not going to be all in on specific creature types. So that one seems unlikely. Alright, on to page 2. Unrivaled Ancient. Flying Haste. Unrivaled Ancient attacks add X mana of any combination of colors where X is the total power of attacking creatures. Spend this mana only to cast spells until end of turn. You don't lose. I mean, that seems really dangerous to give to anybody else. If you control your commander, when you cast a spell, you may choose both. Deals X damage to each creature without flying. And destroy up to X target artifacts and or enchantments. Probably not, since Beamtown Bullies, being a bunch of thugs that work for a dragon, don't fly themselves. So they'd all explode very easily. Whenever a creature card is put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, you may pay life equal to its mana value. If you do, you put it onto the battlefield under your control. It's a warlock in addition to its other types. If a warlock you control dies, exile it instead. Yeah, it has nothing to do with Beamtown Bullies effect. Beginning of combat, when you control your commander, create a 1/1 Thopter with haste. Nope. Enchant player. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, roll d6. Maddening Hex deals damage to that player equal to the result to another opponent chosen at random. Yeah. Again, nothing to do with what we're doing. Marionette Master seems like the kind of thing in a political deck where you would give it to a player and let them make a bunch of 1/1s. The problem is you can't give it to somebody with treasure unless you want to die, because then they can put the counters on it, sack all of their treasures for mana. This thing has 4 power. Everybody's losing 4 life per artifact. I mean, it is target opponent, but that still can chunk through a lot of people very quickly, so we're just going to skip that one. Alright, I skipped a bunch of stuff. Well, Meteor Golem's in one of the M sets anyway, so we'll get to him when we come back around to that. But yeah, Meteor Golem, maybe we want to put something like that in just so that way we can we can cast it. Obviously, 7 mana is not that hard in Commander. And then we can give it to somebody else to let them destroy a permanent that we both agree is way more of a problem than any of my stuff. And we don't have to give the Meteor Golem, so we want a couple of cards like that we can give to other players to let them destroy problematic things for the table and put the player that's in first a little bit down, as long as that's not us. See, if I knew we were going to steal our stuff more consistently, then giving people things I know Leveler is huge. I think it's actually a 10/10, so we'd be able to trigger Mosswort Bridge. We'll think about it when we come back to Lorwyn, where that card's originally from. We can add that to the list maybe. Hydras are almost universally terrible for this deck build because we're giving them to other players, and their casting cost for X will always be 0. Death Touch. Opportunistic Dragon. Choose target human or artifact an opponent controls. Okay. Hang on a second. Alright, so how do I do that then? It's time to discover how my thing functions. Okay. This is opening an entire other window now. This is something we should have figured out already. Settings, exit. There's the button. Hooray! I figured it out. Take that, random bot in my chat. Hooray! I banned my first bot. Okay. Now we can go... Yay! My very first person to say anything in chat was a bot trying to sell views. Woohoo! I mean, I'm genuinely not surprised by that. You know, I think that's going to be 99% of people's first thing if they don't bring a bunch of friends with them to watch them do their stream, to be in chat and chatting. So, that's unsurprising. Alright, getting back to this thing now. The important thing is I figured out how to do it. Alright, so Opportunistic Dragon only takes humans and artifacts out of contention for a single turn. So that's probably not good enough. If it borrowed a creature until end of turn, so they could get a blocker out of their way to attack for 4, then maybe, but... Alright. Oh, there's good old Prosper and his whole thing. Yeah, sorry Prosper, we're not casting things from exile. Choose one result, deals that damage equal to the result to each creature, and then you create a number of treasure tokens equal to the other result. Nah. That does give a player a lot of mana. Alright. Share the spoils, enters the battlefield, or an opponent loses the game, exile the top card of each player's library. During each player's turn, that player may play land. Okay, yeah, that's not even kind of relevant to... Shriekmaw can be fun. When we get to Lorwyn, we can add that to the list, because giving them Shriekmaw means they can't kill, like, Beamtown Bullies or any of our other black creatures. Deals damage. 4 damage to target creature, and dragon enters the battlefield. Probably not, since we're not necessarily going to have a lot of dragons. Alright, when we get to... I think this is the Theros Beyond Death color packs, like the theme pack ones. I think that's where Terror of Mount Velis is from. We should probably consider adding that, because that will force an opponent to, at the very least, attack with a 5-power double striker, but it also gives them the option to kill our other opponents. So that one probably works in both versions of the deck. That's a commander card. Yeah, I don't think we care. 3/4. When Vengeful Ancestor enters the battlefield or attacks goad target creature, whenever a goaded creature attacks, it deals 1 damage to its controller. I mean, we are making a lot of goaded creatures, but 1 damage doesn't seem like a whole lot. It is repeatable, though, and when it its goading is only ETBs, so... While we are giving opponents a goaded creature, theoretically, every turn, that's not really accomplishing much more than that. cards dealt damage, you may create a 5/4. Whenever you roll one or more dice, you may have it deal 1 damage to you. And the 5/4 has when this creature deals damage, sacrifice it. That has, again, nothing really to do with what we're trying to accomplish with the Bullies. Roll 2d4, choose one result, create a number of 3/3 green beast tokens equal to that result, then search your library for a number of basic lands equal to the other result and put them onto the battlefield, tapped and shuffle. Nope. Alright. Last couple cards. Wild Magic Sorcerer. The first spell you cast from exile each turn has Cascade. Melee. If a creature you control attacking would cause a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Alright, we did want the one version of the deck to have a lot of the unpleasant attack triggers. We do have to untap Beamtown Bullies in order to give them both Wolfgar and other things that have negative attack triggers, so he's probably going to be a cut, but he is on theme with the deck, so we're at least going to give him a chance. So this is Wolfgar. Ah, cool. I accidentally hit the tab or something and it started doing stuff. Alright, where's my undo button? Ah, we have murdered the thing. How lovely. And I don't even know how we did it. Joy and Rapture. And we haven't saved anything. How did we accomplish this? And why is there no undo button for it? How did we erase everything and say that we didn't want to... Can we paste the document back? No. What did we do? I mean, aside from the obvious of killing everything and messing up my entire stream so far. Yeah, that's EDH template. We managed to erase the entire document. And how did we do that? What button could I have possibly pushed that would be an option that we can't then undo? Huh. Wow. Yes, tell me. Tell me how I managed to erase my entire document. How that was a button I could accidentally push. And we could wind up here. I'm very curious. Okay. Well, that was fun. Alright, so... the joys of doing things live. Alright. Real quick, I don't have... It's not hiding, right? Gonna blow that up a little bit. And... Okay, yeah. Alright, there's Beamtown Bullies. Yeah, if we scroll all the way down. Oh, good. We still have everything. I have no idea how we managed to do that, though. That was new and obnoxious, and let's never ever do that again. Okay, we can close that. Don't save that one. So we were going to go with Wolfgar. So we want Wolfgar. Yeah, I have no idea what button we pushed. I'm glad we didn't delete the entire thing. Icewind Dale. I don't think Icewind Dale is one word. Nah. Alright, so he's 3 red-green human barbarian. So 3 red-green human barbarian. He's a 4/4. He has melee. And when I attack, meaning the controller, attack triggers trigger again. Alright, let's double check him, make sure I did that correctly. If a creature you control attacking would cause a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. That covers pretty much exactly what he is doing. Alright, we're going to go back together now. Get rid of Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. Expansion. Hit A. And we are off to Aether Revolt. I mean, all of the Aether creatures we could give to an opponent, allow them to make a thing real quick. I think we can do better than that if we're being friendly, and definitely better than that if we didn't want to be friendly. How big is that thing? It's a 7/7 Trampler. But they still decide if they want to pay the energy or not, so... Oh, Crackdown Construct, the activated abilities Buffet thing. That's as a sorcery, so that won't help as a sack outlet for our... if we steal our stuff back. Trample haste. Yeah, opponents can't take advantage of that, and it's not really doing much for us if we had it. Hope of Gearper is legendary anyway, even if we gave it to another player, which we can't. So if we weren't restricted by legendary, we could give it to somebody and then they could attack and sacrifice it, and then that player wouldn't be able to cast whatever type of spells it is. Can't cast non-creature spells. So that would have been really good to like lock out a like counter-heavy deck for the more competitive version of this deck, but Ragavan. No. And none of these cards are really what we're looking for. Yep, so far nothing too interesting. At least not for Beamtown Bullies, which, you know, that's who we're building, so that's all we really care about. Perfect, he controls. If we're going to do the grab back our stuff and stab it to death, Yahenni might actually be one of the better ways to do that. So, alright, search document. So we are looking for Aether and Aether Revolt. So Yahenni, one of my favorite black creatures from a storyline perspective, actually, because I always like the characters that don't conform to the most stereotypes of their specific color. So Yahenni is, like, while still being in line with the actual color. So Yahenni is one of the Aetherborn. So the Aetherborn on Kaladesh are very hedonistic, and they care a lot about themselves and their own well-being, but because they are empathic and can feel the emotions of others, they like to make other people happy so that they can feel other people's happiness. So Yahenni is vampiric, which is a very rare trait among them. So Yahenni can drain life from things, but they don't like doing that because it feels awful to Yahenni to absorb another living creature's life force. So they only do it when they absolutely have to survive. So I like that about Yahenni. Like, it keeps the creature in the black portion of the color pie and doesn't veer off too far from what makes a creature a black creature storyline wise, as opposed to a red or a blue or a white, green, whatever creature. But it does so in a way that is dramatically different from how this character would appear in pretty much any other Magic setting. Like, in any other set, Yahenni would be a vampire, and they would just drain life from things and live forever and be this hedonistic jerk. But because of the way the Aetherborn work on Kaladesh, Yahenni is a socialite, party animal, and they just love to hang out with people and have a good time. And that's their main focus in life, is to throw like huge parties and have a good time and keep everybody happy. And so I really like that about Yahenni. Paradoxically, or conversely, I guess, my favorite white creature for that is Radiant the Archangel from Urza's Saga block, I think Legacy. Because she is a white-aligned villain. She is a tyrant who controls Sarah's realm with an iron grip once Sarah leaves it. And she almost murders Urza back when Planeswalkers were exponentially more powerful than they are now. And I liked her because she was a very white-aligned villain for the story. Although, if you're opposing Urza, you can't ever be a better villain than he can be, but still. Yes. So we're going to add Yahenni. And there, 2 black, 2/2, Aetherborn Vampire. And I have haste, and sack a creature to gain indestructible. Until EOT. And they have a thing where opponent's creatures dies, right? Whenever a creature opponent controls dies, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Alright. +1 counter. Alright, so add Yahenni to the list. And that's everything from Aetherborn. Yeah, Aetherborn was kind of a bust. But when you're building around certain themes, some sets just don't have anything for that theme. So, but you still want to check anyway, just for like the odd card that might actually make it in the deck, or the utility card that can make it in even though it doesn't fit the theme, but you need some stuff that, kills creatures, destroys artifacts or enchantments, and it might just have one really good one for that. So, alright, Aether Evolve into Alara Reborn. Alright, time to go find some good Jund cards. Comes into play, it deals damage to target player equal in number of non-basic lands that player controls. That would be more interesting if we could build around it. So that way we don't have non-basic lands. So if we give it to an opponent and they decide they don't want to hit us, or they don't want to hit one of our other opponents with the comes into play ability, hitting us wouldn't really do much. That's the same time the Beamtown Bullies triggers, but be active player, non-active player. So since we're doing it on the opponent's turn, the Beamtown Bullies trigger would go on top of the Blitz Helion. Wow. So we wouldn't ever be able to shuffle it back into our deck. I don't know that we would really want to or care, but it's certainly not playing into the theme very well. Deadshot Minotaur is not optional But it is only 3 damage. If it destroyed target creature with flying, then we might do it just because we would be able to A, cycle it to get it into the graveyard for the Beamtown Bullies to grab, and B, if we don't have flyers, then they would have to choose a flyer. Although most players are going to choose something they can kill. You know what? I'm down for this. Let's find Alara Reborn and add... We'll add it to the list. We'll probably wind up cutting it, but... Shards of Alara, Alara Reborn. Alright, so this is Deadshot Minotaur. One day I'll figure out how to keep my microphone from swinging back towards me and making the volume go into the red zone when I talk. Deadshot Minotaur. And this is a 3 red green Minotaur 3/4. So 3 red green Minotaur 3/4. Cycles for red/green. ETB deals 3 damage to a flyer. Alright. Whenever another creature is put in a graveyard from play, put a +1/+1 counter on Thoctor. Move counters from it, deals 1 damage to target creature or player. Yep, not doing anything. Beginning of each player's upkeep. The player sacrifices a mono-colored creature. Skip your draw step. Whenever you sacrifice a creature, you may draw a card. Igneous Pouncer is not bad for fixing our mana, and then just being a creature we don't super care about once it's in the graveyard. The problem is it's not a creature we super care about, so it's primarily for fixing mana at that point. Cathari Bomber is actually interesting for the make friends at the table deck. So you give it to somebody, they have to attack with it. When it deals combat damage, they have to sacrifice it and make 2/1/1 goblins, right? Deals combat damage to a player, put 2/1/1 red goblins into play under your control, and then sacrifice Cathari Bomber. So we're giving them a creature, we're making them attack with it. They're most likely going to connect unless the opponent has like a large flying blocker. So when Cathari Bomber dies, it's going to go to their... Like when it connects or when it gets blocked, it's going to go back to our graveyard where we can bring it back again, since the exile is at end of turn off the Bullies. Yeah, no. I like this as an idea for something we could do. Gives like the chump blockers are not amazing, but they're also, you know, a benefit. So 1 black red bird shaman 2/2 flyer. 1 black red bird shaman 2/2 flies. When deals combat damage to a player. Sack it and get 2 1/1 goblins. I guess red goblins, since it's a black-red card, I might possibly forget that Alara only has red goblin tokens. Then it has Unearth for like 5 mana, I think it is. 3 black-red. 3 black-red. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely not going in the more all-in on the theme, like, try and kill the table by giving them awful stuff, but for one where we're trying to make friends, that seems like a much better card. Okay, that's the one I was thinking of when I saw Deathbringer Thoctor. Lord of Extinction's only really good if you can give it to somebody when the board's been cleared. So that way you force them to attack somebody else with this titanic monstrosity. Oh, there's Maelstrom Pulse. Maelstrom Pulse is always a consideration for black-green. Oop, just bumped the mic. Sorry about that. So we're going to play, you gain 2 life for each creature it devoured. Yeah, Monstrous Carabid as opposed to the Minotaur doesn't actually do anything. Like the Minotaur, when we put it into play under opponent's control, if we don't have flyers, we force them to shoot somebody else's flyer, or just if somebody else has a flyer that the table doesn't like, we're making them kill that flyer anyway, even if it's their own, if it's the only one in play. Okay, now I'm just going to keep bumping my mic now. Microphone. This is what happens when you keep swinging back towards me, no matter how I adjust you. We'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, the Morbid or Monstrous Carabid just doesn't have anything going for it. Like, we're already forcing it to attack, so it's just a 4/4, and in Commander, that's not impressive. If it had Menace or Death Touch or something, I could see putting it in, you know, cycle it early, give it to somebody else, force them to attack with it. 4 damage on something that's going to actually kill a creature, like if it had Death Touch or requires multiple blockers, so it's more likely to get through, that would be okay. Yeah, Valley Ranet is not much more impressive than the black-red one from earlier, so we're just gonna... And Bithian Renegades. Yeah, we can do better than that. Alright, and that only had 1 page. That was easy. Alright, next set. So, good old alliances. This was, I think, no, Homelands was the first set I bought a box of, because that was the first set that came out where I could actually figure out how to acquire a full box without just buying 36 packs or whatever it was, because they were actually like 8 card packs back in the day for expansion sets. This one was the weirdest one. This one was 12 cards in a pack. And I think Alliances is the only set that ever did that. Like, packs used to be like 8 for like small expansions that didn't have rares in them. They only had like uncommons at different numbers on the uncommon sheet. So like the rarest card you could have would be an uncommon 1. So that was always a bit weird. But Alliances was even weirder because it had 12 card booster packs. But yeah, Alliances was the second set I ever bought a box of. Top card of your library from the game. Yeah, it does cost red to do that. So there's no real way of getting a greedy opponent to kill themselves by accident with that card. Alright, so Elvish Bard is one of the earliest lore creatures, like Lure. Forces the defending player to block it. This might work because since we're goading it, they have to attack with it, and then that forces all of their creatures to block it if able. So as long as there's not anything adding a cost to blocking it so they can choose not to pay the cost, they would have to block the Elvish Bard, which will almost definitely kill it and put it back in our graveyard so we can give it to other people later on. And that allows the other player to Alpha Strike and get through and kill the opponent. Again, this is one of the ones that's probably not going to work in the more aggro version of the deck, because they won't want to kill another player when we're doing awful stuff to everybody, but alright, let's find alliances. Elvish Bard. 3 green. And she is a 2/4. She actually has the Bard creature type now, right? Elf Shaman Bard. Okay. So 3 green. Elf, Shaman, Bard, 2/4, and it has the lore effect. And back, Spirit Guide, Fatal Lore, Feast or Famine, Floodwater Dam, nope. Is put into a graveyard the same turn it was blocked, gain 4 life. Nope. During your upkeep, sacrifice a forest or sacrifice the gargantuan gorilla and it deals 7 damage to you. And if you sacrifice a snow-covered forest, gains trample until end of turn. And tap gargantuan... I can barely read this card's micro text. Tap gargantuan gorilla deals damage equal to its power to... Oh, it basically fights target creature, but not with the original fight wording. So there's some slight variations. Trample, Rampage 2 cannot be blocked by fewer than 3 creatures. So Rampage is the old Bushido, where for every creature beyond the first blocking it, it would get that much power and toughness. So if it's blocked by 3 creatures, it's getting +4/+4 with Rampage 2. So that's still only a 6/7. Also, it's only a 2/3 when it attacks, so you can just, not block it, take 2. Box Monkey. Damage to defending player this turn. That player loses 2 life. The terrible ways they got around, like, Circle of Protection Black back in the day. By making this idiot make them lose life instead of... But it's a 6-mana 6/6, but they only lose 2 life if it's unblocked. Like, you couldn't even get 3 life off of him. Creatures used to be so terrible. What is Limdul's Paladin? At the beginning of your upkeep, you may discard a card. If you don't, sacrifice it and draw a card. When Limdul's Paladin becomes blocked, it gets +6/+3. When it attacks and isn't blocked, assigns no combat damage, and defending player loses 4 life. See, this is much better. 4 mana, and the opponent loses 4 life if it doesn't get blocked, and if they do block it, it becomes a 6/6 Trampler. I mean, yes, it makes you discard a card, but if you don't, then at least you get your card back. So if you run out of cards in your hand, you lose your guy and draw a card. That is infinitely better than some of the other creatures. I remembered liking him. I couldn't remember why. Obviously still not great by today's standards, but for a set this old, infinitely better than a lot of creatures. Giving out Phyrexian War Beasts. I mean, you only get to give it out once, so you pick a player, that player loses a land and a life, and they have to attack somebody else with their 3/4. Probably not, but we will add it to the list. It's a 3-mana 3/4, right? And it's a Phyrexian now. Probably a beast also. Right? I would assume so. Phyrexian War Beast is artifact creature, Phyrexian Beast. Yep, okay. Lose 1 life. Okay. Yeah, probably not making it into the finished deck. We should have better things. If it were each opponent, I would probably seriously consider putting the Steam Beast in, because it forces them to attack other players, and then I would gain life, and they would only... Like, the player they're attacking... choose to have it deal no damage to defending player. If you do, the player must play with his or her hand face up on the table until it leaves play, so... First, the opponent that has it has to choose to not deal damage with it, and then we only get to see the hand right then and there, because it'll go away at the end of the turn, presumably. So many terrible creatures. But not terrible in the way that we want. That's another thing, like, because of how bad old Magic creatures are, there's a very real chance in the older sets we will find some stuff that nobody wants to have put into play and forced to attack with. But now we travel to a Monk Hat. More modern Magic set where creatures are better and spells are worse. The biggest problem is since we're giving them the creatures, like as soon as I saw Baleful Alma, it reminded me of all the creatures that let you put -1/-1 counters on creatures that you have. Gonna take a sip of water. But since you're giving them the Amet, they can always target the Amet. Like, even if you kill the Amet in response, they can still target it because it has to be in play for the ability to go on the stack, and by the time you can target it, so they will always have your creature that you're giving them to put the -1/-1 counters on, so you can't really force them. I mean, unless you mind slaver them and then give them, but now you're jumping through way too many hoops. I gotta be honest, I like Battlefield Scrounger for this deck. So what I'm thinking is, this is a very cheap creature that allows you to rummage to get the troublesome creatures that you want to give to other players from your hand into your graveyard if you've drawn them, while letting you get new cards. And if we're going to build the political version of the deck, this is going to be something we can give to other players that lets them draw a card without necessarily giving them like a huge advantage, but it's a nice thing, give them an extra draw step, because they're going to be able to exert it. It's not like it's going to stick around, so they might as well. And then they can loot real quick. So we're going to go to a Monk Hat. And we are going to add, his name is Battlefield Scrounger, Jackal Rogue. Battlefield Scrounger. Yep. 1 red. 2/2 Jackal. Is it Jackal? Is that why I'm spelling it wrong? Yep. Rogue. Hey. And this attacks. Exert it to rummage. Alright. Faction bonus, Bitter Blade, attacks you may +1/+0 and Death Touch. Haste. There we go. There's a fun one to give to opponents. And since we can do it on their turn, if the opponent is out of cards and we give them a creature like Battle... I did not think of that. We passed over Balduvian Barbarians and Alliances, and I just kind of blanked on them. But they do make you discard a card at random when they come into play, and they are a decent-sized creature. We might want to go back and add them, but in the meantime... Blood Rage Brawler. Red 4/3 Minotaur Warrior ETB, discard a card. Yeah, we should definitely go back for Balduvian Barbarians, because that is the kind of thing we want to give to opponents. Yeah, we should probably add Canyon Slash. So real quick, we're just gonna put a little parentheses L, so that way I know to skip over it when I'm trying to figure out the... So generally when I build a commander deck, it's 60 spells, 40 lands is the mana base. So I want to cut the non-land cards until I'm down to 60. So I put a little L notation in front so that when I'm going down the list, I can just count, the lines of in like each unique card on the list, and I know to skip over like Canyon Slough here. All right. Yeah, cartouches aren't really anything. Yes. Huh. Decimator Beetle does have to put, he doesn't have to put the counter on a creature the defending player controls, but it can only put the counter on a creature defending player controls. So they're forced to attack with Decimator Beetle. They're forced to attack another player if possible. Yeah, no, also Decimator Beetle is a reasonable body. Like if we have to cast them for ourselves first. 3 black green for a 4/5 insect. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, that might be one of the biggest problems with trying to build the deck for the where we're going to put like the worst creatures possible under our opponent's control, is that a lot of our creature slots in our own deck are now clogged with things we never want to cast or put onto the battlefield under our control. So we kind of need creatures that aren't god awful if we have to play them as blockers or attackers for ourselves. Hmm. Oh yeah, you'll notice that the split cards will show up even though we've excluded white cards and blue cards, because it's showing us like the fight half of prepare to fight. Like prepare won't show up later on the list, I don't think, but we will still see prepare to fight because fight is a mono green card as far as gatherer is concerned. Hmm. Again, if Glorybringer was to a creature defending player controls, I would seriously consider putting it in this deck for the same reason as the Minotaur. Like, the opponent has to attack with it. They don't have to exert it, and they don't have to kill the other player's creature, but it gives them the option, and it does not give them... If it didn't give them an option to kill our thing instead, especially since the Beamtown Bullies are themselves a 4/4, so they are a prime target if we're being really annoying at the table. So we don't want to make it easy for the opponent to just kill those guys off. Enters the battlefield. You may sacrifice another creature. When you do, deals damage equal to that creature's power to target creature or player. Yeah. Okay, but not amazing. Kenra Charioteer is mildly interesting for the friendlier version of the deck, since we could give it to a player who has large angry creatures but don't have trample. But that assumes that those creatures which won't be goaded are going at our opponents. We might not want to give them Kenra Overseer only to have them go, you know what? Maybe we should attack you with this now trampling giant creature. That seems like a good idea. I'd almost rather it be obligatory, so that way if we don't have an artifact and we give somebody a Manglehorn, they have to destroy. Like, I'd probably run Uktabai Orangutan over Manglehorn for that reason. There's gotta be better cards to discard cards with. Each player discards a card. Probably not. There's a small part of me that wants to add Neheb to the list, just in case we wind up with a bunch of Minotaurs, but I don't really see that happening. Alright, so Pathmaker Initiate is kind of interesting if we can get the good Saboteur creatures. under opponent's control. I talked about things like Ebon Blade Reaper, the 1/1 that when it attacks you lose half your life, and the defending player loses half their life if it deals combat damage to them. If we're going to run creatures like that, we're already forcing the opponent to attack. If we can stop the other player from blocking... I don't know that Pathmaker Initiate with the power restriction. It's hard to find creatures that in black-red that make creatures unblockable with no restrictions. There's plenty of red creatures that make small red creatures unblockable. Like, this is just a better version of the dwarves from, I want to say, like, Alpha Beta Unlimited was where they first premiered, where they're like Dwarven Warriors, and they have the same ability. They're just a 3-mana 1/1 instead of a 2-mana 2/1. Usually you find the straight-up unblockables in blue, where we could enable that. I'm going to add Pathmaker Initiate to the list, and if we wind up with a bunch of creatures like that, then there we go. And if we don't, then he's an easy cut. What's his name? Pathmaker Initiate. There's 1 red, 2/1, human, wizard. And tap to make a 2 or less power creature unblockable until EOT. I have to check the wording on Rogue's Passage, but that's probably going to make it into the deck if we run enough Saboteurs, because I'm pretty sure it's just target creature can't be blocked this turn. I know, Prepare to Fight does show up in both spots. Huh. I've forgotten they do that. You wouldn't think it would, since it's not a green spell on that half. And we can't do Rags to Riches or Reduce to Memory. Excuse me. So, Ronus is kind of interesting because you can activate him on the creatures that you're forcing your opponents to attack with. Also, he is going to be online as long as the Beamtown Bullies are alive. So, yeah, okay, I'm down. We'll put Ronus on the list. Okay, Ronus. Title, The Indomitable. And he is 2 green. Is he a 5/5? I think he's actually a 5/5. Yeah, he's a 5/5. Snake God or just God? Just God. Destructible. Does he have Trample himself? He has Death Touch. And attack or block unless I have a 4 creature. And is it green and 2? Green and 2. Target creature It's +2/+0 and trample until EOT. Alright. Cut to ribbons. Vigilance, haste, other creatures you control have it. Oh, right, she has the white activated ability, so we couldn't run her anyway. She's also legendary, so we can't put her into play with bullies, and yeah, it's enough things going against her. Yeah, I think I'd rather have like the other ones, like the Tanuki and the one from Onslaught, more than Shafet Monitor, who costs 4 mana to cycle that way. There's Sheltered Thicket though, so we can add that to the land list. Okay. Nope. Nope. I wonder if we want Tormenting Voice-like effects. I think we can do better than that. Like, at least the other creature is something we could give to opponents when we want to be friendly about it. Although, like I said, that's only going to wind up in the friendly version. I think the more serious version is just going to want, like, discard a card, draw 2 card effects. But it's going to want better ones than regular Tormented Voice. I do love Vizier, but not in a deck where we don't want to necessarily cast our own creatures. And I think we can do better than Wasteland Scorpion. Alright, so real quick, I'm going to go back to alliances, because I did not give proper consideration to Balduvian Horde, I don't think. I kind of glossed right over them. Comes in play, discard a card at random from your hand. Oh, is it optional, though? Can you choose not to? What is it? Sacrifice it unless you discard a card at random. You choose whether to discard the card at random or not on resolution. If not, okay, so it is a choice. It's not like the Minotaur. They don't actually get to... So we're giving them the creature. I made my microphone peak again. We're giving them the creature, and that is a very easy thing for them to just sacrifice rather than discard the card. We're not punishing them, and we're not... Yeah, so we will just choose not to... Yeah, it had to be worded that way because they wanted the discard to be a drawback, so they didn't want you to empty your hand, cast Balduvian Barbarians as the last thing, or Balduvian Horde, rather, as the last thing, and then, not have any cards to discard and just shrug. They're more okay with that now, which is why we have the Minotaur from the Amonkhet set. Okay. Alright. So... we did alliances, we did a Amonkhet Remasters, just reprints. We're going to go to Antiquities next. And we are going to go searching for some terrible creatures to give opponents, because that is more likely what we're going to find. Yeah, not quite protection from artifacts. Since we're stealing stuff on the opponent's turn with the intent to sacrifice it, if we can get like the homeward path effects going, Ashnod's Altar, it loses a lot of value at that point because we can only use it to cast instants and activate instant speed abilities. Whereas normally, if I'm going to sacrifice permanents for value, Ashnod's Altar is like that and Phyrexian Altar are very tip top of the list for sack outlets. Colossus of Sardia is one of the it's 9 mana. Like, if it were any cheaper, if it were like a 7 mana 9/9 Trampler with the 9 mana to untap it drawback, I would consider it, just because that's fine to give to opponents, and if we had to cast it, it's not the end of the world. This one just you actually have to activate it in order to get the thing to go. Okay, so that's not anything. Yeah, I was thinking of them as like a weird version of Krark, the Thumbless, where if they cast an artifact spell while they controlled it, there was a chance that they wouldn't have it resolve, but that still probably wouldn't make the deck anyway. Like, that's not anything. Like, giving them a 50-50 chance to not cast an artifact spell means they either don't cast if it's that important, or if they have to cast it, you're not necessarily going to counter it, so yeah, it just seems terrible. Yeah, not really seeing anything. I think there's Yawgmoth's Demon, but that's an upkeep trigger, right? During your upkeep, choose one or more. Yeah, sacrifice an artifact if you don't. Okay, so there were no creatures that we want to give to opponents in that one. They're all just bad in general, but not so bad that they murder the opponent when they happen. And now for one of my all-time favorite sets. This was Wizards' first real, we're going to just make enemy-colored cards set. And because enemy colors had never really been a thing up until this point, they went a little hard at the time on these things. Like, there's a handful of cards that are still super good, just in general, that you see in a lot of commander decks that can play the enemy colors just because you have access to them. Things like Vindicate, where, just destroy target permanent. Things that show up in cubes a lot and have a very good power level. Not necessarily anything that's great in modern Magic. Like, there's a couple things. Deed, I think, is still okay. But, yeah, there's not a lot of eternal format staples, I don't think, in Apocalypse. But there were a lot of cards that really raised the bar as far as quality of creatures was exceptionally high in this set compared to where it had been at. You had things like Spirit Monger and the 2/1 Lynx that regenerates for black mana as a white creature. And as unimpressive as that sounds, these things were like so far ahead of the normal creatures in Magic for the most part, that because creatures used to be so terrible. So a bunch of these things were just really good at the time. And if, like I said, a few of the spells still make it into Commander, like even today. Like, they wind up on the short list for utility stuff, like Vindicate and Pernicious Deed. Good old Fire and Ice. So, This was one of my absolute favorite sets because I always felt that Wizards hated way too hard on enemy color pairs. And they really did. Like, aside from the very first Magic set, which had the enemy color dual lands, there was never any good reason to play enemy colors outside of you really wanted to. Like, there was reasons, but you were pairing, like monocolored black cards with monocolored green cards, etc. So this was the first time they actually printed cards where it's just like, no, they had a couple in like Tempest and Visions, but most of them were not even kind of good. And the worst part was they printed comes into play tapped enemy pain lands in Tempest, and it's just like, did we need both? Like, if you had put them into play tapped, or you had made them pain lands, they would have been perfectly fine, but you did both at the same time, and that just kind of killed them. This was where we got the actual enemy color pain lands, and we could, build mana bases for enemy color decks more easily. Yeah, Apocalypse was good. Hey, enough ranting about how good the set is. Can we find some stuff? Now, I've been scrolling down, looking at cards, but I haven't been registering a lot of them. Like, I don't think any of these are particularly... Wait, hang on. What is the exact wording? Oh, wait, we can't choose these anyway because they have white in them. It comes into play. Destroy all lands you control. Yeah, these two would have been amazing if we could force them onto opponents, but the white kicker cost in both of them to get around their drawbacks unfortunately means that we cannot include them. Doing patrol doesn't untap. Okay. That's not a drawback. That we're just giving the opponent, like, that creature, basically, that power and toughness block, and we can do better. Yeah. Mauler, +1/+1 for each other attacking Kavu. That's not going to be a thing. Taps for black. Yeah. Can't use it because it's white activated. The Penumbra creatures are kind of interesting. They do require that whoever the opponent that we give them to that they're attacking can kill them in combat, since otherwise they'll get exiled at the end of turn, and the player that we gave them to wouldn't get the copycat token of them. So I don't think they're quite good enough. Yeah, we're going to add Deed to the list, because Deed is always on my short list. Apocalypse. Initius Deed. And since I saw it right underneath there, Phyrexian Arena. Yeah, these are cards that are just basic utility cards that are always on my short list. You might have noticed I added Maelstrom Pulse without even bothering to type what it does. Okay, so I don't know that we want to just be giving out 2 extra cards to the opponents that we give Phyrexian Gargantuan to. But we might be willing to run Phyrexian Rager as a creature we don't mind casting, that we can, be friendly and give out. So that's probably just fine. Planar Despair doesn't matter. Again, I think we would rather just give them a creature that comes into play to destroy that type of permanent instead. I mean, obviously, they can it's not sacrifice another creature on the Quagmire Druid, so we could give an opponent Quagmire Druid, and then they could sack it to destroy an enchantment that we agreed on was terrible. Assuming they don't backstab and kill our enchantment instead. There's good old Spiritmonger. This used to be, like, the most overpowered creature. This thing was everywhere for, like, a hot minute. And yeah, just could not be killed reasonably because it could. One of the biggest things back in the day was that Regenerate actually almost never did anything because so many cards were bury target permanent, which is destroy can't be regenerated. Before they decided we don't need a separate term for this, we're just going to spell that out every single time we want to use it. Kind of the reverse of what they do when they make a thing a keyword. So, but a lot of the cards that bury target creature were like things like Terror, which is bury target non-black, non-artifact creature. So Spiritmonger being black already couldn't be affected by those, but then if you wanted to use the hate cards, you know, because hate cards just were so extreme back then you could just turn Spiritmonger into the other colors to dodge those, and you could always, if you had enough mana, turn him back into the other color to get around other things later in the turn. Like, there was no good way to get rid of him with color hosers because of that. And then he could regenerate through combat damage, which was really the only reasonable way you could use a regeneration shield most of the time. And now he's basically unplayable in almost every format because there just isn't anything anymore. Alright, so that was Apocalypse. And aside from a few recurring utility things. Alright, now we're going to go to Arabian Nights. There might be... I'm trying to remember if there's any Djinns or Afrits in this set that really punish you for being in play, or for coming into play, as opposed to during your upkeep, which is, I think, when most of them punished you in this set. So... Witches, Dancing Scimitar, Desert Nomads. If we were not running black, this would be where I'd write down Desert Twister, because that thing is just so color pie breaking. If you ever have a mono green deck, this, and there's a card in Alliances, it's like Tornado, that has cumulative upkeep green and puts counters on it when you activate it. These two cards destroy target permanent, and that is such a weird thing for green to have had back then. That was like one of the few things green randomly had on a, like, those two cards, I think like maybe one or two others, that broke the color pie in green's favor, where green, like, blue broke the color pie early Magic all over the place. Blue can literally do anything if you go back far enough. Land destruction, hand disruption, direct damage, and then by stealing things it had kill for like everything else. So blue could really do everything plus draw cards and counter spells and bounce permanents. So it was kind of obscene. So green usually got the short end of the color pie. Like, it took until Rancor was actually what turned it around. Green was the worst color in Magic up until Urza's Legacy, and that's when the original Senor Stompy deck came out, where you had, like, the elephant that was like a 3 mana 1 mana 3/3 that made you sacrifice a forest when it came into play. So you play that on turn 1, untap, cast Rancor on it. Now it's a 5 power and attacking on turn 2. And that was basically how green got out of the hole that it was in. Recently, that's been like White's thing, is to be the worst color for constructed for a long time. I don't know if it still has that moniker. I know for a while, though, people were like, Wizards hates white, and I'm thinking about, green and how miserable it was to try and play green in, like, old school Magic. To put it in perspective, green was so horribly put upon by Wizards. So, I talked about how hate cards used to be a lot more powerful. So, at one point in time, during, like, the Tempest Urza's block, standard, Black's anti-green card was Perish, which killed all green creatures. They couldn't be regenerated. Blue's anti-green card was Hibernation, which was a 3-mana instant that bounced all green creatures from play. And Green's anti-black spell and anti-blue spells were like a 4-mana 3/3 Island Walk Hippo and a 3-mana 2/2 Swamp Walk Snake. Like, what? At the same rarity as, like, Perish and Hibernation are uncommons. I think it's Pygmy Hippo is the one from Visions. Like, Bull Hippo and Anaconda were, like, and that was supposed to be their anti, black and blue tech. Now, granted, there were a few other hate cards at the time, but, even the ones that actually did a little more than that. Like, don't get me wrong, green had some hate cards for black and blue that were actually, if you got them down, pretty powerful. But those were, like, the two in, like, Urza Saga. And meanwhile, we printed, like, Hibernation in Urza Saga at the same rarity, and that was like Blue's hate card against Green versus Green's hate card against Blue being a 4-mana 3/3 Island Walker. Like, those were in the same set together and were supposed to be part of the same cycle. Anyway, moving on. Alright, so they won't control Urnham Djinn to give Forest Walk. They won't control that. Okay, Hazran Ogress is terrible, but I'm mildly amused by the prospect of giving an opponent a 3/2 that they have to attack with and then taxes their mana randomly. I don't think it's good. I think this would be a cut if I put it on the list. I think we're going to skip past it. This is how I get, 300 plus cards that I have to cut down to 60, is I put cards like that amuse me on the list first, and then they always get cut, because they are actually terrible. Those are upkeeps. Those aren't anything. Library's banned, sadly. I mean, I guess not sadly. Otherwise, every single deck I ever built for Commander would have Library of Alexandria in it, because I have a library, so every single one of them. I do love Library of Alexandria. That was my favorite card for the longest time, because I used to love non-basic lands because they have no casting cost. So if they have a cool effect, it is essentially a free spell in your deck, and even in the old days, like 99% of them tap for mana on top of that, so they let you get a free spell off of your land while still not costing you anything, mana development wise. Yadring. Yeah, triple mana Freets don't really work. They just make you flip a coin and take them out of combat. So, yeah, I kind of figured that. Okay, so that's Arabian Nights. A for Arabian Nights. Arch Enemy is just reprints. Arch Enemy Bolus. Arena base set. Addison Restored. I think this has a few other mean-spirited things we could give to the opponents. Like for brains. Again, this would be active player, non-active player ordering problem, so the Beamtown Bullies would go on the stack above the Archwing Dragon and exile it before they could return it to my hand if it were still in play. So we can't really do that. We're exiling, not dying, so that's not triggering. Does put it in your hand, not into play, but unfortunately they're only forced to attack other players with Crater Hoof. Otherwise that would be silly. That is upkeep, not end of turn. Okay. Again, that gives them the option, so they'll just exile the Ashenmouth thing rather than sacrificing one of their other creatures. It's paired with another creature. Each of those creatures +2/+2. Yeah, that's not doing anything for what we're trying to accomplish. Unfortunately, the Cathar isn't actually that impressive. Like, yeah, it's nice to give an opponent a creature that makes the defending player unable to block one of their things, but that's not anything too crazy. Bristlebrand is banned. Yeah, if the creatures weren't exiled, I would love to put, like, Undying things into the deck and give them to the opponents, so that way, if it were a sacrifice, we would be getting them back at the end of the turn, but since that is not how they actually work, we have to skip over all of these. I mean, we don't have to, but they're not doing anything for our hypothetical deck that we're building here. Power and toughness are each equal to half the highest life total among your opponents rounded up. Damage that would be dealt by malignants can't be prevented. There's nothing giving it evasion yet. But it does have, like, reasonably high power. Like, we would be included if we had the highest life total. It would be, and we gave it to an opponent, it would be half our life total, rounded up. But then it would have to attack somebody else. But because of that, it's just a big dumb creature that's gonna get, blocked, chumped, and get exiled at end of turn if we can't make it unblockable. I guess we can add it to the list and see how many ways we can make the creatures we're giving opponents unblockable. Alright, so this is Avacyn Restored. So the Malignus. Red. Star. Elemental, I think? Elemental Spirit. ET equals, not plus sign, equals. Half round up. Highest life among opponents. Damage from this can't be prevented. Okay, there's the Malignus. We'll add it to the list. We'll see if we can make it unblockable consistently. If we can, we'll keep it on there. If we can't, then it just... We weren't going to put it on the list for a minute anyway, just because of that. It might be worth looking into the gains Death Touch draw card effects. Maybe. Kind of. Probably not, but just surprise Death Touch on like the creatures that we're giving to opponents and forcing them to attack with, because people are going to have to block at some point in time, so. Destroy target land. I never really liked Primal Surge. It's only really good in decks where it's like the only non-permanent spell, so that way you just keep hitting stuff. Alright, I'm gonna add Reforge the Soul. We need ways to get like the cards that we want to reanimate onto our opponent's side into the graveyard. Put one too many F's there. So wheel effects are good ways to discard the cards we've drawn that we don't want, or that we want to reanimate, that we need in the graveyard, while giving us fresh hands to work with. It gives the opponents fresh hands too, but usually that's more seen as a, oh yes, give me more cards type of thing. So we actually get what we want out of it, which is discarding the cards and drawing new ones. As opposed to if we just cast a spell that let us draw 4 or 5 cards and opponents are just like, yeah, no, maybe you don't get to opportunity while the rest of us don't, type of deal. Oh, hey, there he is. Searchlight Geist. That was a thing that I was pairing with Power of Fire, and it is only black and 2 to cast. Yeah, I went on a bit of a ramble about an old tournament where I did Innistrad, like the full block, even though Avacyn Restore was never actually played in Limited alongside of original Innistrad and Dark Ascension. But there was an event that did a sealed deck with the 3 sets, and that was one of the cards that combined with the Power of Fire from one of the other Innistrad sets where it normally wouldn't have both been in the same limited format, and I got to make a Pinging Death Toucher that went very far despite being a very fragile creature. Yes, Tybalt. I knew somebody who tried super hard when this Tybalt got printed in Avacyn Restored, so for the first time, to try and get big creatures like Inferno Titan and Grave Titan into the graveyard quickly, and then put them back into play with Reanimator effects. And did not go well, unsurprisingly. Tybalt would be so impossibly broken if they had made you discard the card at random and then draw a card. Like, he would be a staple of mono red decks, and I think he'd be one of the most powerful planeswalkers ever printed if they had have just swapped the order. But for that obvious reason, they never... I don't even think that was a consideration for him to come as a 2-mana planeswalker with that ability. Because then he's functionally, if you have no hand, draw a card. If you don't like your hand, pitch one of the cards from it and draw a card. So that would have been way too powerful at 2 mana, I think. Like, he would have been... You would see him in every red aggro deck in every format that he was legal in from now until the end of time, if he were worded that way. But yeah, when Tybalt first came out and I saw him, I was like, that they were so close to literally the most powerful planeswalker ever. Which even at the time when there wasn't that many of them, that would have blown like Jace the Mind Sculptor out for title of best planeswalker, I think. Like, he might even still be better than current Oko. That one's kind of hard to judge which one of them would be stronger at that point. In the decks that hypothetical Tybalt would be in, he would be so absurdly powerful that I think there would be an argument to be made that he's more powerful than actual Oko. But they didn't, so he's terrible. Yeah, sadly, none of these. Yeah, I was looking a little bit at Zealous Conscripts just because, you give it to an opponent, the opponent steals something else, and then gets to bash, but again, it runs into the same problem of they can take your stuff and do harm with it, and they can take your opponent's stuff and attack you with it. Like, just because you've goaded the Zealous Conscripts themselves, you don't get to do the fun things where they're forced to attack with the other creatures. Alright, so we are up to Battle for Zendikar. So we'll go ahead and add that to the list. Hit search. And see if Battle has anything. And nope. Sorry, Akum Firebird and Akum Hellkite. You go 3/1 red elemental creature token with trample and haste. Yeah, it's not doing anything for what we're building. Alright, Bane of Balaged is a fun one if we're going to goad it and give it to other players, because now it's going to eat like 2 lands out from underneath other players, but in the meantime it's also something we don't mind casting and having in play under our control. So, battle. For Zendikar. Seven. It is a 7/5. Eldrazi. Possibly horror. Yeah, nice and simple. I scrolled past Barrage Tyrant, but even when I was doing it, I was thinking. So, some of the creatures that I most want to um, hit opponents with are massive drawback artifact creatures. And one of the things that we're going to want to be able to do is steal those things back with Homeward Path so we can sacrifice them so they can go back into the graveyard and we can use them on other players with the more aggressive version of the deck. And so I was still considering Barrage. I'm going to write him down. I think he won't make the cut. But sacrificing the 10 power leveler or 9 power Eater of Days. Is it 2 hours for Barrage then? Yeah, okay. Barrage Tyrant. And this is 4 in a red for an Eldrazi. Eldrazi. It's a 5/4. And it has 2 in a red. It's 2 in a red? 2 in a red, yep. Back another colorless creature. You deal damage. Oops. Equal to sacked creatures. Power to... It's not any target, right? Actually, it might be any target now, because he was before... Yep, any target. Okay. He was from the before times. And you could just redirect that damage to a Planeswalker if you wanted to. Gain life, no. Bone Splitters. Boiling Earth. Okay, so Breaker of Armies. Getting back to the whole Elvish Bard thing. So, it also has a lore. But it is Titanic. So giving this to an opponent and forcing them to attack another opponent means that all of those creatures that second player has are going to have to get in front of this 10/8, and that is going to cause a lot of bodies. So an 8 mana 10/8. It's 8 for an Eldrazi. 10/8. And it has lore. Alright. Yeah, that is definitely the kind of dumb creature we want to give to opponents and make them attack the other players. One sign into play and sacrifice a creature. I'm debating something like Brood Monitor. This is another one that we can cast, and that if we give to another player, we don't mind, but I don't think it's quite good enough in any direction to merit. Haste, Alright, I'm gonna add Cinderglade. Alright, so when I'm building the mana base for these decks, since I do have everything basically, like my collection is very nearly complete. I'm missing stuff from like Battle for Baldur's Gate and maybe like one or two cards still from either New Capenna or the set right before it, so Kamigawa. I'm the initial deck I'm going to build is going to have like the dual lands and the fetches in there. I'm going to make suggestions later on for reducing the overall price tag of the deck for players that don't have the luxury of adding any card they want to from the history of Magic to these decks. But when I'm initially building them, I'm building them as though I were going to put them together. And since I have duels, I am definitely going... So you'll notice that I put the cycling duels and now the buddy or the... I forget what the nickname was for the battle lands, for the battle bond, not battle bond, battle for Zendikar lands. Was it Tango? Because you need to have two or more basic land types. It might have been Tango. And you'll see that I'll put in the Triome, or in this case, the like Zeotora's Proving Ground, because they're all fetchable and produce different colors of mana. So my mana base is almost always going to include every single counts as both land types, or all three land types, non-basic lands, and all of the fetches that can fetch at least one of those colors will make it onto my initial list. That is an incredibly expensive mana base, obviously, so when you're building the deck, if you don't have access to those things, you're probably going to be able to cut not only the dual lands themselves, but most of the fetches and all of those things also, and just run like a handful of the more common dual lands. It's not a titanic loss of power, but it's going to hurt occasionally when you top deck a comes into play tap land that fixes your mana on like turn 7 when you wanted to cast something cool, or if you can only fetch for like basic lands. So you have that might be a bit of a thing, so we'll try and take that into consideration when keeping the cards in the deck, like things that cost like triple or even quad color. If they make it into a deck down the line, we might have to cut those if we're cutting lands that produce multiple colors of mana for cost considerations, like financial considerations. But for the initial deck building process, I am going to put in, when we get to Alpha Beta Unlimited, you will see me put in all of the original dual lands that match the color combination. So Bayou, Badlands, and Taiga are all going to go into the deck list, and I will be considering them part of the mana base. I understand that that's not feasible for a lot of players out there, so we will go over some of the more expensive cards. Like, we'll keep some of the cards that I'm going to cut from the list. I'm actually going to keep off to the side instead of removing them entirely from the document, so that way if we need substitutes for the more expensive cards, because the deck has just gotten astronomical in price and it's not feasible for, most Magic players to build that deck at that point. We want to have replacements for some of those cards, so that way we can go through and basically build a budget version of the deck. Not anything like... It's going to be really hard for me to budget a deck, but there are plenty of deck builders out there. I'm thinking of Commander's Quarters off the top of my head that cater to players who need a more reasonably priced deck while still wanting to build cool Commander decks. I'm going to start off by building the coolest thing regardless of price, and then we will look at budget options down the line for replacements. But we still might wind up with a very expensive deck, even if we take out some of the things that don't need to be in there, that are just I have access to them, and they're the slightly better version, so we're going to run them type of thing. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out now while I'm thinking of it as I start selecting these dual lands, and that's why the ones that are dual lands are almost immediately put into the deck, like actual dual lands where you get to. They have both land types on them, or the triomes that have all three land types on them because they're fetchable. With the Onslaught and original Zendikar fetch lands. Alright, moving on. Let's see if we can find some other big dumb creatures we can give out. That's an interesting one for the more friendly version of the deck. Like, you're giving them 1/10/10 that they have to send at the opponents, but you're also giving them, because this, oh no, it is a cast trigger. I'm looking at it, I'm going, why does it not have cast? But it's because the angle I'm looking at and my wire from the mic that I'm trying to keep my head away from was kind of blocking it, and I missed the word cast on there, so I'm just seeing like when, and then Eldrazi Twin, and then put a 10/10, and my brain is processing this as when it comes into play, you get a 10/10. Alright, so that's not giving the opponent a 10/10 that they can hang out with, and it's just a big dumb creature that's not unblockable and doesn't have trample, so that's not really helping anything. Again, Duststalker, they're not forced to give it back to us. I mean, they would be, but our own effects will exile it before they get to. Alright, the Firemantle Mage, if we're doing the double thing, like why I pulled Wolfgar, I think was his name, the guy from Icewind Dale, out. If we were definitely going to do that, something like Firemantle Mage is interesting because you can give them the first creature that you want them to attack with, like the big scary Doomsday thing, but then you give them like this guy and make all of their creatures menace, and then they have to attack with at least those two against an opponent. That's mildly interesting, but I don't think that particular one is what we want to do. Okay, so similar to how I tend to put the dual lands in all of my decks and how I look for utility cards that are going to interact with the opponent, things that just, kill a creature, destroy an artifact or enchantment, things that you should basically have access to in every commander deck. Fast mana is another thing. We're going to add Hedron Archive to the list. It doesn't always make the cut, but a mana rock that you can later sacrifice when you're flooding out on mana and draw some extra cards is kind of exactly where you want to be at. So we're going to add Hedron Archive. to the list for right now. Yeah, we haven't saved in a while. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that. You would think that with how I almost destroyed the document before and couldn't figure out how I did it, I'd be saving more often. And that would make sense, which is why I'm not doing it. Because like any good streamer, I tend to do things that make the audience question why they are watching me at any given point in time. You know, just to mess with you a little bit. Ew. No, none of these are really doing much of anything for me, honestly. Like, they're not anything I want to cast, and they're not anything that I want opponents to have to play with. Trample hexproof is okay, not... Flames. Under control, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains death touch until end of turn. Now, as I said before, I tend to build the mana bases with an extensive number of fetch lands and fetchable duels and tri-lands in the deck whenever possible. So I'm looking at Retreat to Hagra, since I will be able to put lands into play on opponents' turns with not a lot of consistency, but often enough that being able to give the creature I'm forcing them to attack with death touch out of left field. I mean, mostly that's just going to make it so opponents will, like, the defending player will look at that and go, okay, so if I block with my big creature, that's just going to incentivize Saber to crack the fetch land and give death touch to the one creature, and then I'm going to lose my guy. So we can probably not waste time with that, like putting it on the list only to not have it work out. But it was a thought there for a second. There's Smoldering Marsh. Just go ahead and add that to the list. Okay. Dribble, Stone Fury, Shore Strike. Yeah, I feel a little bad just scrolling through the cards without saying anything as I read them, and or like have it click what they used to do and go, yeah, no, that's not anything that I was even remotely interested for this deck. So, just for the sake of making a little bit of noise. So I'm not sitting here silently with headphones on, staring at cards. But yeah, most of these things do not have any real chance of making into the deck. So we're just kind of scrolling past them. Like, we can give another player Ulamog, and we don't mind casting him in our deck if we can get to 10 mana, but like, I certainly have put Ceaseless Hunger in a lot of decks just for the 10 mana cast double exile trigger. And as we can add him to the list, he's probably going to get cut because he's not enough on topic, but just add him to the list there. I do like New Lamog a lot. For both New Lamog and Old Lamog, both tend to make it into... They're always in consideration because it's a cast trigger, so there's not as many things that can stop that from happening, and especially the newer version, exiling 2 permanents is usually good enough, even if he gets countered, as long as he's not getting hit by like mana drain or something, to really just get a board state back under control and give you a fighting chance to deal with the person with all the counter spells in the combo deck that was building up to critical mass. So yeah, that's not anything. I used to love Vile Aggregate so much in Limited. That was one of my favorite creatures to draft from this format. And then, obviously, everybody else started catching on how good the Red Devoid deck was, and you couldn't get them as easily anymore. But when you could, they were great. Okay, so yeah, there wasn't much else in there, so we're going back to here. We will get rid of Battle for Zendikar, and we'll move on to the next set. So it's probably Battle Bond, right? Battle Royale box set, Battle Bond. Yep. Hey. Flying. Opponents can't gain life. At the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life that player lost this turn. That is an interesting one to give to opponents because he kind of represents 12 damage even if they don't want to attack with other things, assuming that they don't have a flying blocker that can chump him. Alright, we'll add him to the list. There's another really expensive thing, though, so we'll go to the next battle thing. Battlefield, Battle Bond. Alright, so this is Archfiend of Despair. Alright, so he was 6 black for a 6/6 demon? Yeah. Alright, flies. So fly, EOT. Each OP loses life equal to life already lost that turn. Alright. unfortunately, it's another 8 drop. Like, I would like to get creatures in this deck that I don't mind having under my control that cost, 3 mana, 5 mana, something reasonable. That aren't terrible on, like, what they do in play. Huh. That's an interesting one. So, Bramble Sovereign, 4 mana, 4/4. Whenever another non token creature enters the battlefield, you may pay green and 1. If you do, that creature's controller creates a token copy of that creature. So, since we're already giving opponents things they don't want, now we're giving them 2 of those things if we want to, for an extra green and 1. Also, Bramblewood Sovereign, keep wanting to call it Bramblewood Sovereign. Bramble Sovereign is a 4 mana 4/4 that we want to cast and have in play. Okay, I'm down. So we're going to add Bramble Sovereign. Not 3/3. 4/4. Believe she's an elemental. No, she's a dryad. Okay. Dryad, not Deerad. TBs. I can pay 1 in green. Give its controller a token copy. Token copy. And that seems like something I would like to do, giving them more things. Now, since goaded is a status, it shouldn't goad the tokens. Also, the tokens won't be sacrificed at end of turn, or won't be exiled at end of turn, unlike the actual creature from the Beamtown Bullies. So that is a consideration. Like, I might be, if the only downside to the creature is its terrible comes into playability, I might be giving them a really good statted creature afterwards if they're still around. But I have to believe that giving them 2 Eater of Days and making them skip their next 4 turns should be, there should be enough for me to kill them or the other people at the table to deal with them if they're just not allowed to play for 4 turns. This is definitely going to be one that goes more into the mean-spirited deck, I think, as opposed to the more political try and make friends around the table deck. Although it might go into both. Like, giving them an actual copy of the creature that they get to keep afterwards, if it's not too big a deal, probably fine. Alright. Also, if you're making token copies of things that players actually like having, they might not kill Bramble Sovereign right away. Whereas normally you play Bramble Sovereign and that thing just explodes because it is a lightning rod. not seeing anything else yet. Alright, that's Diabolic Intent reprint. I'm reading the text without paying any attention to the name. What's doubling season? Yeah, good old Earth Elemental. Fan favorite's kind of interesting. You give it to your opponent, it has to attack, and then anybody who wants to. So as long as you're giving it, as long as you have an opponent at the table that everybody wants to attack. Plus he's a base 2 power for the target creature with power 2 or less is unblockable. Hey, that might be worth considering. We'll jot him down. Oh, he's a rogue, not a warrior. There are so many warriors matters in this set, particularly in like white, black, red. I genuinely thought he was a warrior. But that's why you always double check, because there's way too many magic cards to be able to remember all of them. Alright, so Gorm himself, we're probably not interested in, but I seem to remember Vitreous being something interesting, so maybe if it's interesting enough. Yeah, unfortunately, they will never control it during, like, our declare attacker step because of how it works, so that's not gonna work. Huh. I had kind of forgotten about creatures like him. So, Hunted Wumpus was originally from Mercadian Masks, and it is a bad creature. But with the Eldrazi that we are kind of considering playing, just so that we have big creatures that we don't mind actually casting, giving an opponent a Hunted Wumpus, it does still let all of our other opponents put a creature onto the battlefield, so we'll consider it. It's originally from Mercadian Masks, so we will add it to the list, I think, during the Mercadian Masks, like, scroll through the list. But that is an interesting one to consider, and I think there are a couple other creatures like him from that set that are really, really bad because of that we can consider. Yep, still not seeing anything. Alright, we're still on page 1. I was like, wait, shouldn't we have run into Vitris? And then I realized we did not make it all the way through the list. Yep, there's Pathmaker Initiate again. Alright, Pier. We can't run Toothy, though, and we don't care about counters, so... Each foe sacrifices an artifact or enchantment. What does each friend get to do? Search their library for a land card. Not good enough, I don't think. Seaborn Muse, when we get to Legions, was her original printing, is probably going to go in the deck just because the Bullies do tap to use their ability. So we're going to want to put ways to untap them. So this thing, there's an artifact from the new Baldur's Gate set that lets you untap a legend you control. So things like that are probably going to make it into the deck, or at least be serious considerations. See, if I knew we were going to have other creatures besides the Bullies, things like Slum Reaper get a lot more interesting, since you can give them to your opponent. You'll have sack fodder, presumably, and you'll be able to keep your important creatures around. But since I don't think we're going to have that necessarily, we're going to skip over such creatures. If we get to a point where it looks like we have those, it shouldn't be too hard to go back and find the creatures that have that ability. Probably don't want Thrilling Encore if our goal is to make things... So put a lot of creatures we don't want on our side. There he is. Deals combat damage to a player. The player who loses... Yeah, see, he is a more, like... He is the Ebonblade Reaper without the downside of losing half your life when he attacks. But because of that, he also isn't something I think this deck is interested in. Alright. Well, go back over here. We will take off Battle Bond now, and we will add the next B in line. Battle Bond, Betrayers of Kamigawa. This is another set where the creatures are likely to be bad, but not awful. Oops. Actually search. There we go. Put no graveyard from play. Each player sacrifices a land. Asher Monstrosity. Just attacks each turn if able, and no whoosy thing. Like evasion ability, trample. Most likely the only thing you're going to see on a red creature unless it's a dragon. Alright, the card has to be red. So we would need terrible and expensive red cards in order to Blazing Shoal like one of the forced attackers so we can kill the defending player. Yep, not seeing anything fun. Yeah, she won't be in play on a subsequent player's turn to force the attack, so... Hey guys, how you doing? That's right, we're in Betrayers of Kamigawa, where ninjutsu originated. So the biggest problem, well, two biggest problems. So we can't give opponents Iwamori of the Open Fist because he is legendary. That's true too. A lot of the bad cards in these sets are probably going to be legendary, so we're not going to be able to give them to opponents with the Beamtown Bullies. So that actually makes this even more of an unlikely set to give us anything we want. We need the non-legendary spirits and whatnot to give to opponents. Yep, those are all legends, the patrons. Always kind of. There's usually some deck that I'm building that wants like Patron of the Nezumi in it, and then it never quite manifests itself. Like by the time I'm done, it's just like, yeah, no, that's not actually going to work out. Like, it seems brutal enough. Is it cards or creatures? Whenever a permanent is put into an opponent's graveyard, that player loses one life. Like, there's usually enough, like, blowing up the world cards going around that you can deal a lot of damage to each opponent, or make it so that they can't blow up the world because they would take too much damage in the process. Like, they had to blow up the world in order to stop things from killing them, but losing all their own stuff negates the amount that they would, like, they're still dying from that instead, type of thing. But then it never quite makes it into the deck. Yeah, way too many of these things are legendary. Ooh, that's actually a good one. Oh no, right, he's legendary. Damn it, Yukora. You had one job, and that was not to be so famous that people knew who you were just by stepping into the room. Yep. As I said, most of the really interesting creatures with drawbacks from Kamigawa, especially originally Kamigawa, are legendary. So, alright. Speaking of terrible creatures, Born of the Gods. There's gotta be something in here worth giving to somebody else. No, we kind of want opponent stuff to have. It's still only a 2-3 is the problem, and it's only going to stick around for one turn. Yeah, giving out defenders doesn't do anything. I genuinely forgot this is where Charging Badger is from. Like, if you ever watched Loading Ready Run, like their pre-releases and some of the other stuff they do, they'll have, like, Charging Badger is one of the creatures they have, like, almost mascot status. They'll have him, like, thrashing about in the water. And he is a 1-1 trample. I don't even think he's the first 1-1 trample. I think there was an elf from, like, the Onslaught block that was a 1-1 trampler, because there were so many things that would interact with them that they just assumed you would be able to get the elf up higher. But yeah, he is one of these silly creatures that apparently tickled, the LRR group's funny bone, and they latched onto him. I had forgotten this was the set he was from, though. No. Nope. Yeah, I don't think any of the tribute creatures, like, they're all bad, but I don't think any of them are so bad. Yeah, that's not helping anything. Yeah, that's not anything. Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything that makes me go, this thing should be in this deck particularly. Hey Mogus. Mogus is one of my favorite commanders. He's essentially, the way I built him is Nekusar without blue. So Nekusar is the from the original commander decks when they first started doing them. He is no, he can't be because he's red, blue, black. So he has to be from he's from one of the earlier ones then, but the original ones were all wedges, not shards. So Nekusar was very popular on its release, though. He is whatever an opponent draws a card, he deals 1 damage to them, and he's got other stuff going on too, I believe. So he's basically an underworld. I believe he is a Howling Mine. Also, that's what he is. So everybody's drawing an extra card every turn, and then opponents are taking damage for the cards that they draw. So the way I built Mogus, he is still trying to Death of 1,000 cuts you, primarily by punishing things like draw steps and discarding cards and drawing extra cards and whatnot. But he's just all in on the damaging you portion of it, not necessarily having to be card draw specifically. So he tends to deal damage whenever you do basically anything. Creatures dying, drawing cards, discarding cards, creatures dying are like his primary ways to deal it. Based on the number of cards in your hand, also he does a lot of things that care about players having cards in their hand to begin with, and then he just has fun with like the wheel effects that he can run and giving me more cards to work with and punishing opponents for trying to do the same and letting me punish opponents for when I draw cards with things like the 5-drop star based on cards in your hand. Whenever you draw a card, it deals damage to your opponents. I'm blanking super hard on its name right now. I'm pretty sure it's from like the Scars of Mirrodin to New Phyrexia block, and it'll come to me eventually. But yeah, I do enjoy Mogus. He is one of my more fun decks to play because he does not kill anybody very fast. He grinds them out, and in the meantime, he tends to encourage players to do things they like drawing cards. So he doesn't get hated super fast out of a game, despite the fact that if you leave him too long, he may assemble 3 or 4 cards that will suddenly kill you out of left field. Your enters the battlefield. If tribute wasn't paid, you may have it fight another target creature. Yeah, unfortunately, that seems like the type of thing where it'll just kill our bullies, if that's the problem. And on the other hand, it enters the battlefield an opponent of your choice, so they could always choose somebody else and have them not pay the tribute, and then we get our bullies killed, so that's not going to work out. That has a wide activate ability. This is another one of the tribute creatures. Yeah, again, not particularly impressive. Inspired. Bulls, Reckless Reveler. Blah. Yeah, I'm skipping over most of the inspired creatures because they require untapping to do anything, so opponents are never going to, like, if we give it to them, then we have to have a way to untap their creature to trigger it, and they're mostly beneficial effects anyway.
If that were each opponent, maybe, kind of. Yeah, none of these are doing anything at all for me. Yeah, we can always add Temple of Malice to the list. Temples usually make it into the deck. They're good early on if you need land to scry non-lands to the bottom, and good in the late game to scry lands away from the top. So they're not entirely useless. Similar to lands with cycling. So we will go... Oh no, we need Born of the Gods. So Born... Alara Reborn... There we go. Born of the Gods. Go land. Temple of Malice. Tribute 3. Enters the battlefield. Tribute wasn't paid. Gains haste. So he's basically just a 5/5 trampler. Inspired, Whim of the Fates, and Xenagos. Alright. Didn't expect much from Born of the Gods, and got even less than that. I was kind of hoping one of the tribute creatures would actually be good, but between how they actually work, because, I don't think of them in a multiplayer context. I think of them in the, like, you play them and then your opponent can do the thing, and if they don't do the thing, which involves putting counters on it, you get the other effect instead. But it's an opponent can choose, and it's not like you go around the table and each opponent, you pick one of your opponents and that player gets to choose. So I'm putting it into play. If they want the counters or they don't want the counters, they choose another opponent who also wants me kind of out of the way, and that player then chooses the worst of the two options as far as I'm concerned, and then we don't get the thing. So alright, so Born of the Gods. We are now on Champions of Kamigawa. So the original Kamigawa set. Again, we're probably not going to have a lot of good things to choose from because of the legendary theme from original Kamigawa. Underminer is kind of interesting. Like, ultimately, he's probably just going to make them sacrifice a land, even if we make him unblockable. But if we can get him off of the table afterwards to keep doing that, then again, he's like one permanent at a time. He's probably just too underwhelming. Yeah, I'm thinking about him. I've gone past things without even, like, comprehending what I was looking at, even though none of these seem particularly good. Like, for what we're trying to do anyway. Sorry, Azusa, I did not mean to downplay you there, but... Saki, no. Good old cranial extraction. Yeah, nope. Yeah, no, none of these are doing anything at all for me. Yeah, again, unsurprisingly, a lot of these cards, because of the legendary sub theme in Kamigawa, a lot of these cards, even if they would have been good for Bullies, are immediately revoked because they could never be chosen to be put into play. So. Jugan. Is there anything fun we could do with Kiki Jiki? We're already looking at non-legendary cards primarily as the things that we're going to be giving away, so we can copy any of the ones that we don't mind playing ourselves. Probably not, though. We actually might get more out of Kiki's enchantment from the newer Kamigawa set, since that would let us loot away things that we want to reanimate later and also ramp us. And we're not trying to combo kill anybody, so we don't need the free activate ability as opposed to the 1 mana addition to the tap in order to activate Kiki himself. Alright, nothing fun so far for for original Kamigawa. So normally I like to have at least one card that can exile cards from the graveyard. Much like you want to be able to destroy any permanent card if possible with your build for the deck, you also want to be able to exile problematic recursion cards from the graveyard. Things like creatures that are frequently reanimated or spells that can be cast from the graveyard, or spells with one of the abilities that would let you get them back. Um, Things like Dredge, or the one from Ice Age. Well, not Ice Age, but Cold Snap. Recover, I think it's called. You want to be able to get rid of recursive graveyard threats. And one of the more popular ones for me is Nezumi Grave Robber, because not only does he let you eat the cards out of the graveyard, but then later on, if you can exile one player's graveyard entirely, then you get a reanimator effect. The way we're building the deck, though, I don't know. I'm going to add him to the list anyway, because I do very much like the card. So, champion. Oops, that's Campion. So, of course, it can't find that. Of Kamigawa. So, we're going to add Nezumi Grave Robber. Just because, like, he or Scavenging Ooze probably makes the deck. Like, one of those two. Because we do need something that interacts with the graveyard. I believe we do, anyway. Yeah. Hey, there's one of the worst creatures ever printed. Like, trying to take Chimney Imp's place. Yeah, we're just not gonna find anything. Alright, so again, my normal mana base includes all of the fetches, because we have all of the duels. And when you build your mana base like that, cards like Sensei's Divining Top go up a lot in value, because you can very easily shuffle away cards you don't want consistently with the deck. So there's a lot less chance of just seeing 3 bad cards on top of your deck and being stuck like that for all 3 of those turns. Alright. Yeah, he's legendary, so we can't use him. I forget what makes him so bad. Oh, right. You can sacrifice any number of permanents, and he's that power and toughness, so he's not even... It's a May on top of that. Yeah, nothing... I forgot Reach hadn't been introduced by the time of Kamigawa. Venerable Kumano over here can block as though it had flying. What was it, 10th edition that Reach finally became keyworded? Sure. Yep. Nope. As expected, Kamigawa did not yield anything for this deck. Alright, so we are in C. We just did Champions. Chronicles is a reprint, 6th edition. Cold Snap. Okay. Cold Snap harken back to the older days of Magic, but they still included enough modern design sensibility that I don't think there's anything in here that is abysmal. Yep, that's a lot of words for target blocking creature is now blocking a different creature. Okay, so Brooding Saurian does work with the Beamtown Bullies. I wasn't sure when it triggered. So at the end of each turn, so both Brooding Saurian and the Beamtown Bullies will trigger. We can stack the triggers the way we want. So we can steal the thing back with Brooding Saurian before it gets exiled, and then we can... Okay, so we definitely want that one. So Cold Snap. Brooding Saurian. Is it Saurian? Saurian. Yep, okay. 2 green, 4/4 lizard. Is it each player gains control? Yeah, each player gains control of non-token permanents they own. Okay. Yeah, Brooding Saurian, since it triggers at the beginning of each end step, allows us to grab back our creatures that are about to be exiled so that we can sacrifice them for value and then put them back in the graveyard to give to other opponents. So... Alright, I was giggling, but yeah, Cold Snap was after they finally keyworded Reach, right? Like, this is just because it's a throwback set? Herald of Leshrac is another one of those cards that I always think about putting in decks and then never do. Like, he's always on the list, and then he always fails to actually make it into the deck. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to build a really obnoxious or mean-spirited deck that would make good use of him and just have that be one of the cards. But usually the decks are just like, yeah, no, I don't actually do anything with this ability other than steal lands for a couple turns, and then the players run out of lands, and then I have to give them all back. Yep, none of these are particularly interesting. Alright, it's cumulative. Upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Yeah, since we don't really care about casting costs, we're cheating them into play. It doesn't matter that it's a 3-mana 8/8. Like, we would rather have it. If it made you sacrifice a creature when it attacked and had to attack each turn if able, that would be good. As long as it's not, you must sacrifice a creature in order for this to be able to attack, because otherwise then they don't have to attack with it. They're not forced to pay that cost. What's Sekuar? I always look at him, and then I usually don't do anything with him. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you make the 3/1 Graveborn token with haste. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. He usually gets looked at when I'm looking at Jund decks, and much like that, he is not going to stick around. Yeah, none of these cards are at all impressive. Yeah, that's not doing anything. And Zombie Mushroom. Okay, so none of those cards, aside from the Sauropod, Saurian. Excuse me. Alright, so that was Cold Snap. The next one, now we start getting into the commander sets. But not the original commander sets, because those were Magic the Gathering, commander year. So eventually they started doing it this way. So this will be the first one. What did it just say? I missed it entirely. We are on Commander 2013. So we are going to be looking for cards that originally premiered in the Commander set. Everything else we will get to when we get to the set it is from. Yeah. Bane doesn't trample, and I mean, we control when it happens, so we can give it to somebody when we want to nuke all artifacts and enchantments, and then force it to attack another player. But that's still underwhelming. There's another Brooding Saurian. Beginning of your upkeep. Choose. Oh, it's at the beginning of the upkeep, so yeah, it's not going to ever affect the player we gave it to. Yeah, unfortunately, that kills Beamtown Bullies. So, even when we get back to Saga, I don't think we're going to use it. What are the other two curses? Fire test. There. May discard a card and draw a card? No. Those are more interesting for like 3-player games, I guess, where we can like enchant the one player and then give the other player the creature and force them to attack the other player. But even then, that doesn't seem particularly good. Xar. Eye of Doom. No. Deals combat damage to a player. You may return to your hand all creature cards that were put into the graveyard from the battlefield this turn. Yeah, no, that's not doing anything that the bullies care about. Fire Celebration, Bombardment, Sharpshooter. There we go. Homeward Path. So, Homeward Path, much like our friend Brooding Saurian here, is a card we desperately want in this deck. Cool. We got a random letter C in there and no O. Alright. So, land Homeward Path. There we go. That will be important. If that thing were bigger, we might care about it. Okay, the hunted creatures. This was one of those ones where I couldn't remember the exact wording. So the hunted creatures appeared in original Ravnica block. And apparently they only give the tokens to one other player. So unless we are down to heads up, we won't necessarily be getting the tokens. If we give the creature to one player and force them to attack another player, they can give the tokens to that player to block with or something. So unfortunately, if it gave it to each opponent, then we would be much more interested in it. There's the Croson Tusker. But he originally appeared in Onslaught, so we'll grab him there. So the arena, no. That's not doing anything. Battlesphere. Yeah, no, so far nothing. I'm not gonna lie, Fitzsisis, or however it's actually pronounced, is very, very interesting if we're giving opponents these giant creatures. We do have to be able to. Oh no, wait, it's a sorcery, never mind. I really wanted it to be like an instant so we could cast it while they still have the giant creature, but yeah, it's a sorcery. Never mind. It is not interesting, it is actually quite boring. Oh, there's Price of Knowledge. One of the fun cards in Mogus. Yeah, Prosh isn't doing anything for our deck. It's just alternate artwork, Sekuar. Probably not. Like, I do like the Shower Gang Brothers, but they're not really doing anything for this deck. Like, that's not what our deck is about in any way, shape, or form, so we can just keep going, I think. Alright. Not gonna lie, Stalking Vengeance might be a thing, especially for the more aggro version of the deck. Like, we steal back our giant angry creatures and sacrifice them to get them in the graveyard to use again. And then we get to deal damage that way. None of the tempting cards are tempting me. Yeah, Thousand Year Elixir. I forget if it's from Time Spiral block or if it's from Lorwyn, but I know it was from somewhere around that time period, so that one's probably going to make it in, even though the Bullies have haste, just as another way to activate them on opponents' turns. Yeah, still not seeing anything too interesting. I mean, we got Homeward Path. That's an important card for the deck, so we can kind of just keep going. Players can't gain life at the beginning of your upkeep. Witch Hunt deals 4 damage to you. At the beginning of your end step, target opponent chosen at random gains control of Witch Hunt. Nah, that's okay. That's not really doing any of the things we want. Alright, so that was Commander 2013, I believe. Let's pull it out just a little bit more. 2013. Alright, so take that off. Expansion, Commander 2014. Add that. And now we will go looking for all the new cards from that Commander set. Has haste and can attack you or planeswalkers you control. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may have that player gain control of equipped creature until end of turn. And can't be sacrificed. That one's mildly interesting. I still don't think it's good enough. Not gonna lie, Bitter Feud is probably good enough. Since we're forcing the players to attack each other anyway, Bitter Feud seems like it's at its best in a 3-player game where we can choose the other 2 players and then force them to duke it out, although that does encourage them to gang up and kill our deck a little bit more. We're going to add it to the list, though. So, Bitter Feud. This is red and 4 for an enchantment. So, let's see. There we go. Alright. Good old Blasphemous Act, Boggart and Hellkite, Bosch. No. Nope. Yeah, it's not doing anything. We're already forcing things to attack other players. I don't know that we necessarily need to give those creatures +2/+0. Again, it's only one creature that we're forcing the attack with, so the player has to be willing to attack with the other ones. Yeah, that seems more like a card we want to put in a deck that goads all of the opponent's creatures and forces them to attack. Like, we have very large creatures that we want to give to opponents, so it's very easy to put the double damage one in and have that be a thing that matters. It's way less likely that the +2/+0 would matter. Because that's not what we're trying to... A copy of target creature in your graveyard. Yeah, but we don't want a lot of our stuff. Flametongue Kavu. If, like, we're going to have Greaves and Boots in the deck, but I don't know how many other ways we will have to protect the Bullies. I mean, we don't have to give anybody Flametongue Kavu until we want to. The thing is, they can always shoot the Flametongue Kavu itself if they don't want to make enemies with anybody else, so that falls into the same problem category of some of the other cards. No, Fraley's. Alright, we're going to add Gisa. Because if we're stealing back our stuff and sacrificing it, again, the same mentality that went into Bitter Feud goes into this one. A lot of the creatures that we are giving to the opponents have huge power and toughness stats to make up for their dramatic downsides, so... I believe she's at 34. Yeah. Human Wizard. Use black tap. Sack a creature. Make 2/2 zombies. Whenever Grave Sifter enters the battlefield, each player chooses a creature type and returns any number of creatures of that type from their graveyard to his or her hand. Probably not. No. Sorry, Grave Sifter. Yeah, again, we don't want our creatures back. I'm looking at Infernal Offering here. We don't want our creatures back, so that's not really a good deal for us. I mean, I imagine we will have some creatures we want back, but for the most part, I am expecting to not want any of them. That's a thing similar to the idea behind the Shriekmaw. We can probably put Necrotol into the deck also as another creature we can cast to stop the opponents from killing us quickly. That we can then reanimate under opponent's control, and they won't be able to target our more important creatures. So. Begin combat on your turn. Choose an opponent at random. Raving Dead attacks that player this combat if able. Raving Dead deals combat damage to a player. That player loses half. Got it down. Now, since we're goading it, they can't attack us if they can attack another player. That one's interesting. I will think about it, but I have to. Does it have the Oracle wording or Oracle ruling if it has to? Chosen player if able. If as attackers are declared. If Raving Dead can attack the chosen player for one or more reasons, but can still attack elsewhere, you may choose to have it attack another player. So if we give it to the opponent, it's goaded, so it must attack and must attack somebody else if able. I think it can still attack us because it must attack us and it must attack another opponent if able, but it's not must attack and can't attack us, I believe. Let's see if it actually brings up goading. Entire declares tapped, affected by a spell or ability that says it can attack or hasn't been under your control continuously since the turn began and doesn't have haste, then it doesn't attack. If there's a cost associated, attack the chosen player, you aren't forced to pay that cost. So it doesn't have to attack that player in that case either. If Raving Dead can attack the chosen player for one of the above reasons, but it can still attack elsewhere, you may choose to have it attack another player, attack a planeswalker, or not attack at all. If your turn has multiple combat steps, if the last ability triggers and resolves after... Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that works with goading. Because its effect and the goading effect, like, I'm pretty sure the actual wording on goaded is the creature attacks each turn if able and attacks not you, like attacks another player or planeswalker if able. So it can't attack. So it's not that it can attack me, it's that if it's able to, it must attack somebody else. So if it both has to attack me and has to attack that player, they get to choose which one it attacks. So that's probably just not going to happen. Rather than, bother dealing with any of that. Isn't super artifact heavy. Again, that gives the controller of Siege Behemoth or the other attacking creatures the option. So we can't force our opponents to murder each other that way. Yeah, offering is not particularly interesting for this deck either. The green one. Yeah, none of these are particularly impressive. Like, that one's okay, but not amazing. Yeah, I never like forcing myself to attack, so we're just not going to put the Warmonger Hellkite in the deck. Okay, so yeah, nothing fun from 2014 except for, I think, Gisa. So that was 2014. Yeah, 2015. Woohoo. Missions cost, ancient craving, arachnogenesis. Put X1-2 spiders, where X is the number of creatures. Oh, right, the thing that the spider fog. The Sky Tyrant. When a source opponent controls deals damage, you sacrifice wagon the Sky Tyrant, make a 5/5 dragon token with flying. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think the myriad creatures are going to be what we're looking for, because then when we force the opponent to attack another creature, they just, have one of them also attacking us. So, not really where we want to be at. Each other creature enters the battlefield with additional X plus 1 where X is the number of counters on Bloodspore Thrynax. Yeah, no, not even kind of interesting. Battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the number of land cards in all graveyards. When a land card is put into a graveyard from anywhere, you may pay 2 green and return it from the graveyard to your hand. Yeah, we're not sacrificing lands intentionally, so that's not a thing. That's true. I don't think we remembered to add command tower. So we'll just, stick it up here with the lands. Or just throwing it. Am I hitting control? What am I doing? I mean, I have to believe if I were hitting control, I'd accidentally have deleted my thing again somehow. So, command tower. We're 3 color. We obviously need that for our mana base. Let's just hit save again before I destroy everything we've been working on for the past, I don't know, hour and a half. That is true. It's getting to be about 5:30 my time, so I think we're going to have to call it a day. So this was Commander 2015. Okay, So we're going to go back up to the top of the list. We're going to put stopped on Commander 2015, so I remember where to start. And we're going to hit save again. Alright, so we covered a whole bunch of sets today. Had a little bit of a discussion about what we're going to do, like what cards we're looking for Beamtown Bullies, and and I got to delete my first spam bot out of chat, so that was neat. So if you like what I'm doing and you want to give me a follow, I'd appreciate it. I do have Twitter where I announce when I'm going live. It's the same as my Twitch handle, SBR_BLD. And that's going to be it for today. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some more. We'll start with Commander 2015 and move on from there. And thanks for joining me.